Okay, whoops. I forgot to switch over. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It is Saturday. Trying to find something in my bank. I thought I had a dagger here, but I can't find it. I don't know what I did with it. Alright, doesn't matter. Right-click to begin a task. It seems to be an old treasure map. It's hard to make out, but the location seems to point to some caves near the old manor. You should venture there and see what you can find. Interesting. First quest we got for an item. Now we gotta go to the manor. Caves by the manor. What caves are by the manor? I have no idea. Hey, Varric, what's happening? Oh my god, your bank. I just got my first maple malt stored. and Varric, that's still not enough room. I need to move a bunch of that stuff over to other tunes so it can fill up their banks. There's a reason they have boxes, I think, that go up to like 24 slots. There's a reason. And everything's important. Yes, just about everything is important. Remember, the game is in development, so even when you loot something that looks like it's not for anything, in a week's time, in a month's time, in 6 months' time, it could be something. So what do you do? I try to hold on to the important stuff. I hold on to any resources that I can trade to somebody to make me something, like food. I took weaponsmithing and alchemy. So the right side of my bags are alchemy, the left side of my bag is weaponsmithing, and everything in the middle is just the random stuff. And then I have a bunch of different gear that needs to be moved out. And I have a bunch of bags that I need to get over to my other characters. And that'll free up a lot of space. But right now my space is organized as close to... I mean, I don't have OCD, but you would think I had OCD for the way I organize my inventory. You look at it and think it's a mess because it's full, but if you paid attention to everything and where it's set out, there's rhyme and reason. You want weaponsmith and tailoring? Oh my goodness, good luck. Good luck. Weaponsmith and tailoring, weaponsmith and outfitting, weaponsmith and armorsmithing and tailoring, armorsmithing and leatherworking. Good luck, man. All the inventory space you're gonna need is ridiculous. Gotta go over to the manor now. Gotta look for caves by the manor. What quest is this for? Lost cargo. No, that's not it. Trade two's valuable food. Oh, treasure map. Recover the treasure from the caves near the manor. Caves near the manor. What caves are near the manor? I haven't seen caves near the manor. What time of day is it? We need day. Oh, I gotta move that. 5 a.m. Okay, it should be daytime any moment. Perfect. Now this is the spiders, right? Nope, this is not the spiders. That's Boar Alley. Uh, no, Boar Alley doesn't lead there. We have to go across the bridge down here, right? Yeah. Well, sir, it's been so long. You'd think I'd know this. Oh, could it be the spider caves? Maybe? The caves near the manor. These are the only caves I can think of near the manor. Nothing here. Maybe it's not these caves. Recover the treasure from the caves near the manor. It's hard to make out, but the location seems to point to some caves near the manor. Is that a cave there? Check out the caves near the manor. What other caves are there? There are no caves up here though, right? This is the manor. There's Padrium back here. Interesting. No caves, though. This seems to be an old treasure map. It's hard to make out, but the location seems to point to some caves near the old ruined manor. I mean, we call this the manor. Is this the manor in question? Is there another manor in the zone? Yo. Okay, man. Hey, have any of you done the quest a treasure map yet? I have to explore some caves near the old ruined manor, and I'm thinking it's the manor, but I've been in 2 caves already and there's nothing there. Okay, I'll take a look. Oh, they were saying spider caves. Guess we'll go to the spider caves. Oh, while we're here, I want to go over to the fort for a second. Before I forget, we've leveled quite a bit since we were here last, so I want to go in and see how the fort cons, to see if I can move through it. Let's give some motivation to this group. Okay. That guy's green. That guy's green. That guy's gray. We cannot go in there yet. Okay, I thought we could move through the fort, but we cannot move through the fort just yet. If the mentalists are still green, that's a problem. We'll see if we can put a group together. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I lived. Oh, did I ever just live? We had 6 health. We had 6 health. I thought for sure I was going to die. That is the closest drop ever. That was the closest drop ever. That was scary. Why can't I open that? Let me see who's on. Really not anybody at the moment. Okay, this is the spider caves. So they told me I might see a chest in here. Go in here and look. I should probably get some health back. I didn't see a chest though. Sure. 29.75. There it is. Hey, if you need to run with somebody better suited, by all means, man. Mm-mm. Yeah, I can find stuff to do for sure. I'm not sweating it. I'm interested in this treasure map quest though. Oh, hey, Guts. Sorry, I didn't see your messages till just now. What's going on? I love the sound, man. Like, just the sound of me running on the road. That dude juked around me. Oh, that's funny. Not much, man. Just grinding and watching you. Well, right on. You say you're grinding. What level are you? What class are you playing? Is it your quote-unquote main? Have you started playing alts? So much running around, man, just to turn in one quest. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for it. I don't want to see mounts. You start putting mounts in the game starts getting easier, because then you start outrunning aggro. I mean, in this game, that would be game-breaking, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, that was it? No follow-up? Boo. For 4 silver? G'day, bandits. The bandits made off with everything the caravan was carrying in its 3 wagons. But now they must have taken it all to their hideout. But they couldn't sell it here, so I imagine it's sitting in crates until they can take it elsewhere. Perfect opportunity for someone who isn't afraid of a few bandits. So crates at bandit camps. We gotta go check all the bandit camps now. They all have boxes and crates, so we gotta see if we can click on them. Okay, where's the bandit camp? Is it down here or is it after the crossroads? I want to say it's down by the water, right? I'm not far enough. It's too close. Really don't like the way that disappears, man. They gotta find a way to have that re-equip every time you're done climbing something. Nope. Trying to find footholds. That looks like one, but it looks too high. Haha. Here we go. It exists. Hey JG, what level am I? I am 29.75 right now. So we're on the road to 30. Oh, you dirty. Okay, hang on. Come on, 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 come on. We got enough, we got enough, we got enough. Yes! Huh, random flowers. I think the bandits are down here. Uh-oh. Zony, you're there. I just zoned. I'll be an EVP in a second. Bum, bum, bum. Gotta go meet the group. Nope. You're level 7, you started 2 days ago. Notice quests don't really level you much. They don't. It's all about exploring. But yeah, quests really do come down to secondary. Exploring is primary. Exploring is the most important. Killing stuff, dungeon crawling. That's the two-hander. Okay. The Dire in our group has the two-hander magic weapon, or unique weapon, that he's using on his Dire. I think mine looks better. Look, he ports with his visible. Why does mine keep disappearing? What's going on? Okay, so we're in a new zone. We're in Wild's End. I've never been here before. This will be interesting. I didn't think I was getting here. I would take the gauntlets. It's the only piece I'm missing. I got the tundra stuff. Oh, there we go. Full tundra. Fantastic. We now have full plate. Or full tundra anyways. That's awesome. We're arguably best in slot right now. We have our first level 40 tune on the server. They got it, I think, earlier today. A jungle apple tree? Yours doesn't have a proc? Okay, well clearly somebody was asleep at the wheel when they made that weapon then. If anyone from VR ever pops in the stream, I'll let them know they need to go in and correct it immediately. Oh, these are red. Swampling. A bog walker. Okay. Okay. Alright. I don't know how well we're going to perform here, but we will do what we can. This thing's red too. Oh, orange. Okay, so we're close. What about this one? Dark orange. Red. Okay. I was gonna say, I'm still not happy that there's no proc, because I want the two-hander now, but I'm not happy there's no proc. I don't care if there's 31 damage. That, for those curious, this is a full plate lookout for Ogre right now. That's full plate. I always run a stream. Whether it's productive or not, it doesn't matter. People hang out for me. I can't be bothered pulling my hair out or smashing keyboards or whatever it is, you know, the 50,000 viewer streams are doing. All that nonsense. I'm too old for that crazy stuff. I will have you know. No, I've shaved my head I think since I was like 16, and I just stuck with it. I've never grown hair. I used to have it when I was younger, but I was in modeling for a bit, and I got really tired of how they kept frigging with my hair for hours on end. And then I got frustrated one day and shaved it, and I was like, oh, you know what? I got a fat white head. It looks all right, so I kept it. Right, yeah. He gets all the jobs, too. Plumber, carpenter, doctor, real estate agent. I would have at the end. It would have come right after a hand job. That's funny. I did. I believe we had them, and I'm not sure, I'll double check, but they could be in my bank. I can't say for certain, so don't get your hopes up. Yeah. I don't remember, man. It was like, what, 2 days ago, wasn't it? I'll be back there at some point because it seems like that guy dropped 6 or 7 different things. We've seen a breastplate, the belt, the spear, the legs. Hey Rezik, what's happening? Where'd you get the spear? So this spear is one of the new unique weapons. It dropped off a boss in Hangor, where the Frost Orcs are, or the North Tusks. On this server, I'm one of 2 people that has this weapon right now. And yes, I say that proudly because I'm bragging about it. It's called Spear of Endless Frost. It's a 13 damage one-hander, and it has a proc on it called Frost Lash, which does cold damage. DD. I'm not even hitting this thing, I don't think. I am kind of. Here we go. Nice, that landed. And my guildmate here has the 2-handed weapon, unique weapon that was added. So he's using the 2-hander and I'm using the 1-hander. Coming from 15 years of WoW, this is refreshing. Feels a little empty, but still in development. Yeah, so I will tell you that if you're still here, JG, I will tell you this because I don't know when you typed that comment. 2 years ago, the game was pretty barren. What they've done in the last 2 years compared to the last like 10 years in development has been eye-opening. Like they've been phenomenal with the improvements to the game. So don't let that necessarily, you know, dissuade you from the game. Keep following the game if you don't get into it, you know, as addictively as I am. But there's definitely a fair bit of content in the game right now, and there's plenty more coming. Keep in mind as well, you have to explore vertically also, right? So if you're limited or if you're not finding enough content on level ground, start climbing places. You'll find a lot of content that most people don't see because they don't think to climb. And also, for those wondering, the music is a little bit more epic than the normal music you might experience when you're in a group. Whenever you're fighting content that's levels above you, the music changes in intensity. It's kind of like a more epic feel, but it's also to clue you in that, uh-oh, I aggroed something that's above my pay grade. These guys are well above my pay grade. That's why the music is the way it is. Hey Imperial, early access wipes is why I stopped playing a big grind. Well, there won't be any wipes until launch. The only reason they'll do a character wipe at this point is if there's something that comes into the game that is game breaking. Which means something they can't fix, something that ruins the game, and that hasn't happened as of yet. So they have no plans on a wipe. What's an EA wipe? EA is early access. People refer to EA as early access, which is what we're in now with the game. And a wipe would be a character wipe, meaning everybody goes back to level 1. Or everybody goes back to creating new characters. Before early access, Pantheon was in what were called seasons. So we had seasons. They were 6-week periods where you had a certain allotment of time to play the game, and then at the end of the season, your characters were wiped and you started new for the next season. They did that because they wanted to do consistent testing, low to mid-level, to give something for players to feed on while they work on other content. So people got familiar with character wipes. Now, character wipes are a normal thing in the development of MMOs. We had them in Vanguard. We had them in Horizon. There's been a handful of MMO RPGs that have done character wipes. It's part of the process. They said initially, before early access, that there would be at least 2 character wipes. That's what they had said at the time. This was before early access. Early access came out, and it was pretty much a smash. Like it's phenomenal, the performance of the game for how it is right now. So they said that they're trying not to character wipe. They don't want a character wipe, but that means they don't want idiots exploiting the game either, and they don't want anything that's going to break the game. Anything that warrants them having to reset for fairness, they're going to have to do. But as of right now, they don't want to reset or they don't want to wipe until launch. Once launch comes, then there'll be a wipe, which of course makes sense. You're not going to take these... People had the nerve to ask if our early access characters were going to go right into release with us. That's one of the dumbest questions you can ask. Of course not. Like, my word. Anyhow, their plan right now is to not have any wipes. There are no wipes planned. No 6-month wipe, no 1-year wipe, nothing. As long as the game stays unbroken. I'll also say this. Even if you don't have any interest in playing the game while it's being worked on, so during early access, if you plan on playing the game when it launches, now is a pretty good time to pick it up, because you're only paying, what, 39 US, I think, for the game? You're going to be paying more when the game launches. Hey, storm landed. Fantastic. Oh, these are good dye. I didn't know that. Oh, I'll let you get that one. They said in the Steam forums, will EA have character wipes? There will likely be periodic wipes as needed. That's got to be an older post, Imperial. I've heard it come straight from Joppa that they have no plans to do character wipes. It's only if the game is broken. That probably hasn't been updated, I would say. I've been to the manor and the fort, but not the graveyard. Is it the big purple ruin area up by the griffins? Oh yeah, griffins are outside of Valia, right. There is no way that... I'm wearing Tundra Forged. The graphic looks like jeans. Oh my goodness, where did these come from? Oh my god, those look so sexy. I was gonna say, if these were a hand-me-down, holy smokes. Dude, these pants are phenomenal. What? Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, yikes. I didn't realize I could stand there. Might have something special to show you guys later this evening. I'm not sure. I have to wait and see what these guys are up to. But they told me there could be something interesting. There might not be, but there could be. I'm wearing Goggum's fur blanket at the moment. AC 3, 1 strength, 1 stamina, 1 con, 5 frigid. There's an ore node up above the AVP zone line that does the same thing. Look at these pants. AC 42, 3 strength, 3 stamina, 3 cold, 3 curse. Dude, this came off a raid boss. Crystalline leg plates. 35 strength buffed. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting. Just started 3 days ago. A little intimidating coming from WoW. So, okay, so this game takes inspiration from EverQuest, World of Warcraft, and Vanguard Saga of Heroes. So it's all 3 games. That's what they've designed this game from, is all 3 of those titles. Oh, look at these guys. Maddening Shriek. I've never seen these before. This is high-level stuff, by the way. This is like endgame stuff. I'm probably a few levels too low to be here, but these guys are dragging my butt along to help me level. Dude. That's a cool graphic. I wonder what kind of creature that was before it became a shriek. Okay, I'm gonna apologize to chat. You guys know that I'm normally very yappy and I talk a lot. However, I'm in a new area. I'm in higher level mobs. I'm gonna have to pay more attention to the game than I am to the chat. So please don't take offense if it takes me a little bit to get back to you. Just don't think I'm ignoring you. Okay, they seem to want interrupting. Nope, that didn't work. Yeah, these guys are red. Well, we know that's not going to work, so... Tired of getting better time in WoW, so I'm trying this. It's fun, but I think it's on the cusp of becoming a thing. That's different though. It's like hardcore WoW, more exploring. Yeah, so this game is being built as a social MMORPG experience. So it's like original World of Warcraft before you had the instancing, the lack of socializing you need to do now. Same thing with EverQuest. EverQuest in the beginning, it was all communication. If you didn't make friends, if you didn't type stuff out to a bunch of people every minute of every day, you weren't going to get anywhere in the game. We've gone like 20 years without that, so Pantheon is trying to go back to that. They want this to be a social experience. They want people talking to each other. They want people communicating, not just jumping in, mindlessly doing something and then logging out. That's why there's punishment in the game for screwing up, not paying attention. That's intentional. That will never change. I hope it never changes, because it makes people smarten up. You don't want a group with people sitting on their thumbs thinking they can just be lazy. That's not this game. That will not be this game. Just like soloing. Soloing is an afterthought for this game. A lot of people who want to solo are complaining about the soloing. They can complain till the cows come home. This game is not a soloing game. This is a grouping game with soloing. You're still going to miss out on gear. You're going to miss out on accomplishments. You're going to miss out on the whole social aspect of the game if you are a soloer. This will not be your game if you solo. And to be honest, I think it would be too much for them, being a small team like they are, to have to worry about building a social MMORPG and also solo parallel to that. I don't see that happening. That would be a huge waste of time for them. Now, I know a few of them, when I say them, I mean Visionary Realms. I know they're looking forward to soloing and they want people to enjoy soloing, but that's not how the game is supposed to be done. This game is about being social. If you can't be social, this should not be your game. That's all. Everybody grouped here talks to each other. We don't know any of these. Nobody knows any of us in real life. But we're all communicating. This whole thing is social. You can't do this solo. Definitely a fan of this game. Right on, man. Hey, Eric, how buggy or limited is it during early access? $40 to beta test for them. Oh, it's not the best. So, I don't know if you're familiar with beta tests, but that's what beta testing is. It's testing. You're building a game. For 40 years, beta testing has been testing the game. If you're in a beta or you're in an alpha, you're testing the game. You're building the game. Of course, that's what it is. We're not playing this so they can put a check mark next to something and move on. We're playing this so we can go, hey, we were doing this, and this happened, and that happened, and maybe this should be changed to that. And then they go in and make those changes, and then we go in and we test it again. And then when everybody's happy and everything looks good, then they put the check mark and move on. But if you're buying into a beta or an alpha, you're testing the game, period. You will lose your character. We all know this. Everybody playing this game knows this. I've been in this game for a year and a half. Okay, I keep trying, but I'm getting more misses than... Gotcha. All they got to do is tell me the skill, and I'll try my best to interrupt it. That's all. That's cool. But yeah, beta's all about building a game. All betas are about building. Even if you're not, even if there was nobody streaming a game, let's say ABC was being made, and ABC was a MOBA. If it's in any sort of beta, if you or anybody you know is not playing it in its beta, somebody is testing it in beta. That's where quality assurance comes in. Beta testing is quality assurance. And if you don't know what quality assurance is, feel free to go on Google for about 5 minutes. But that's what testing is. It's QA. We have to do QA because we're the ones that are going to be playing this. A lot of people hum and haw over this game and other games in development. This game and Ashes. Ashes of Creation is no different. A lot of people mention that to me with Ashes. These two games aren't comparable. They're totally different aesthetics. Ashes of Creation is a different project from what this is being designed to be. However, with that said, they have their own issues. They have a much larger game, a much larger team, and from my understanding from talking to alpha and beta testers in Ashes, they've got quite a few issues with the game right now. It's going to happen. That's why we test. Nobody's gotten into these games for free. That's not a thing. I mean, if you think that, you need to stop watching anybody who's beta, alpha, gamma, sigma testing anything. Period. Period. But if you want to play this game, even if you don't want to play early access, if you want to play this game when it launches, now would be the time to get in, because this gets you the game. So for $39, I think is what it is right now, $39 US, you get the game. Whether you play or not, you get the game. I'm positive it'll be more expensive when it launches. It won't be a $39 game on launch because no game is $39 on launch. The majority of indie games don't even drop below $39 on launch. Man, I love this game, dude. It looks so good. The Newbie Island, the Mage Island or whatever, off in the distance. I don't see anything in chat. How small is the dev team? My understanding is there are roughly 19 employees and 10 of them are working on the project. It's a very, very small team. I believe Ashes has hundreds working for them. I think. If I remember correctly. But yeah, they have 10 people building this game. This is what I can tell you guys. This game has been in development for a decade. It's a very long time. However, I'm going to keep everybody quiet with 2 words. Star Citizen. Don't need to talk about it anymore. So, with the game having been worked on for the past 10 years, what they've done in the last 2 is phenomenal. They have made so much, like they legitimately hit the ground running about 2 years ago with the updates. And they've just been pushing as much content as they can into the game. They are working as fast as they possibly can. They need a bigger team. They need more people, but it's not up to the devs to make that decision. It's the wallet in the back office behind that makes that decision. Mm-mm-mm-mm. That was a good round of attacks right there. That's the newbie area for all the intelligence casters that you port to from Avalia. Wait a minute, whose banner's that? There were two banners up there. There's no way they were both mine. We can't have two up at the same time. That group is all the way over there, though. Weird. Hey, Corpse, what's happening, man? It's going. It's Saturday. We're relaxing. Not much to do today. We managed to get in a pretty cool group. We're fighting some endgame content as we try to level. Same old, same old? Yeah, right on. That's fine by me. I'm okay with the experience. I've never been here before, so it's nice to run through this content. I can imagine. I rolled yeah. I rolled I rolled a halfling dire lord that I haven't started yet, but I rolled it specifically to run through here, but now I'm running through here early, so I'm okay with that. Well, my goal is to play through the warrior, the paladin, and the dire lord, just so I have all the information about tanking. Just so if anybody asks me about stuff, I can give them, you know, factual stuff without making stuff up. I mean, really, it's only banners. Every level up to 40, it's just like banner 2, banner 2, banner 2. Yeah. I'm still enjoying it, though. I still have the tank mentality, so I pull, I strategize, I put up a shield, whatever. Hey, Dor, what's happening? Oh, you didn't see me earlier? I ran past you earlier while you were sitting at the bindstone. I stood in front of you and cheered a couple times, and then I ran off. I guess you didn't see it. You might have been AFK. What's going on? Yeah, I was 27, and apparently my book unlocked a level 32 skill, which was weird. That Shatter. Usually you only get that when you hit the level, not 5 levels before. That was weird. Haha. I messed with them and got away unscathed. Haha. Wait, what are we doing? I guess we're supposed to be fighting this guy? That's better. I think I was dealing with the baby, nothing much, just got into it. Okay, gotcha. Man, I don't know what level this guy is. I'm hardly hitting him. Well, we're 90% in. I'm not gonna be able to hit this guy. This is tight. This is tight. That just goes to show I'm all in, man. I ain't no chicken. Said the same thing back at the graveyard. I'm like, I don't see another warrior. Who dropped the other banner? Oh, it's only 2 damage. You saw a monk tanking today? Yeah, man. For now, better enjoy that while it lasts. Once they bring their avoidance down, might not be so easy for them to be dodgeable. That's pretty cool, though. What were they fighting, if you don't mind me asking? Dragon? Oh, it wouldn't be drakes. Drakes. Would be the drakes in AVP. Wouldn't be dragons. Dragons are raid content. And when I say raid, I mean more than one group. Were they hand-to-hand door, or did they have weapons? How were they tanking? I'm not hitting this guy at all. Look, 2, 4. This guy's like 4 levels higher than I am. It's a cool area. Oh, these are the pink trees, like from AVP. Was using a bow staff. Gotcha. Well, that's cool. That's cool to hear. I gotta swap out a skill. Where these mobs are slightly higher than I am, when I miss, I don't get to refill my battle points up here, which makes it very difficult to use a number of my skills. So the banner that I'm using, more often than not, is the one that raises the group's hit rate, so that I have a chance to land more often to try and get my battle points up here. So some people might be sitting there wondering, why am I not hitting certain skills at certain times? It's because I'm waiting for these battle points to come up. I can't waste them. You gotta be tactful at what skills you use and when as a warrior. Nice, completed that quest. There we go. Now we have 5. How's the warrior DPS? It's not bad. It's not bad. It's pretty good. It's nice that we have a weapon that procs when it lands. The thing is, because these are higher level mobs, I'm hitting for less than I normally would if these were mobs that were more around my level. These guys are like 4 levels higher. This is like end game grind is what this is. A number of my guildies here are pretty close to 40. See, we keep missing. 1 damage, 1 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage, 1 damage. Miss, 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 miss. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? What are you guys up to this evening? What are you guys working on? Killing spiders. Open for 14. Well, I hope you get it. How far away are you? About halfway. Oops. I accidentally pulled aggro there. I didn't mean to. That dude hit me very hard. That dude did 81 points of damage. That's significant. They're using an interesting hammer. That's another warrior. Hey, Papa, what's happening? You guys have a guild yet? I don't personally. I'm part of Vanguard now on the server. If chill mode is due to have a presence at all, I don't think it'll happen until retail. If that's a thing. That might not even be a thing. What's going on? I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? Ah, gotcha. Right on. Hey, Coleslaw. I like your name, Coleslaw. I haven't had coleslaw in a long time. I miss coleslaw. My aunt used to make some phenomenal coleslaw. I put some cash back in 2018 to this game. Do they still plan on honoring the perks upon full release? As far as I know, Coleslaw, I've been a backer of this game since 2014, whenever they first, after the failed Kickstarter, then the actual start of the Kickstarter. So I've been back for like, I'm pretty sure it's 2014, 2015. I hope so. I still have my original receipt and my original pledge. The pledge graphic or whatever. I would hope they would honor it. I mean, I can tell you this, I didn't have to buy into this game this time around. So I got in because of my pledge years ago. Or I guess a decade ago. I mean, if you pledged back in 2018, Coleslaw, you should be playing. Oh. Hey, yay me. Thank you. Level 30. Now hopefully I hit more often. No guarantee, but hopefully. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we're hitting. Dude's still red, though. How would I find out if there's a key available for that pledge? For the Pathfinder tier? You would have been sent it. You would have been sent the invite before early access. With a link to download the client. Hey, Stogrum. You never got your buddy key, did you? No, I didn't. You know what? I haven't. I should send off. I should send off a message and see what's going on there. Krushnek said you should have gotten an email of it. Yeah. Every single person that backed into the game should have gotten their invite before early access during Season 6. You got your buddy all the way back in Seasons? I need to find out what's going on. Yeah, you're right. You know what? I'll send a message off tonight. I know they won't get to it till Monday, but I'll send it off tonight anyhow. I'm actually going to make a note of it right now. Alright, hang on a second, stream. I gotta take a quick AFK. I'll be right back. Like 2-3 minutes. Feel free to get up and stretch, grab a drink. We'll continue when I get back. Okay, we're back. I went through my emails and found my early access key. It was from back in March. Yeah, see? There you go, see? Welcome to the game. God. There's the outcropping I was talking about last night that has the chair. You're welcome. That's what we're here for. We're here to get people into Pantheon. No matter how they do it, whether it's looking at old emails or not. I actually prefer the Steam client version, but all my backup perks are with the regular client, so I'll primarily use that account. Gotcha. Gotcha. I did get the link, thank you. I'm gonna watch that lore stuff. I'm probably gonna watch it tomorrow afternoon. I gotta do a bit of work tomorrow late morning. It's about 38 short, 3 to 5 minutes. Oh, okay, gotcha. A lot shorter than I thought. I wonder, should we watch that on stream? Maybe we should watch that on stream. Everybody can get some lore. If I watch it by myself, that's a lot of explanation. That's a lot of yapping if somebody asks a question. That's true. That's true. We could do that. We could show a bit of lore, jump into game. Show some more lore the next stream, jump into game. Link the originator's playlist in your YouTube VODs. How would I do that? I guess I could do that. I don't know how to do that. I'll have to look up my settings. I generally just link the YouTube channel to the stream, and then when I'm done, I go to bed. and then YouTube does everything else on its own. There's the moon rising. You can see it rising. You see folks do it in their video notes? No, Twitch doesn't have that. Twitch isn't really a video platform. Twitch is primarily a streaming platform. YouTube is the video platform. That's where you'd put your links in. The links that would work in a Twitch stream would be like the chat commands. Like exclamation point something rather. Or something up on the UI, something visible. I wonder, what would you guys think if I tried to put the chat up on the screen? I know some people like having that so that they can full screen the game and then still follow along with the chat, but I know there are a number of people who also like to have the full screen as the game. Man, those are nice stats. 37 strength, 28 stam, 12 con, 14 dex. One con, one strength. 2 con. Mm-mm-mm. Do what? This one? Okay. I'm guessing these mobs must be 35 plus. I'm thinking. I think I would say 35 plus. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Apparently we're pulling a badass. Oh god. Zedrus Malthier. You guys are seeing this for the first time. Look at that. Look at that. Fantastic. 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 I'm happy about that. That's a first time kill. You have slain Zedrus Malthier. That's a world first? Yo, that's a world first. Are you kidding me? Dude. Dude, that's a world first. So there you go. You guys got to see a world first tonight. That's cool. That's very cool. Oh, fantastic. Hey, Rory, what's happening? Did you just catch that? Dude, we just had a world first raid kill. Or Vanguard first. Somebody might have killed it already. But I have proof. I'm still treating it as such. That was fantastic. It dropped cloth shoulders. Let me see if I can get the stats. Oh, okay. Alright, I got that message too. Okay, let me see, let me see. Where did it go? Did it go here? Nope. Did it go here? The screenshot went there, but... I don't have the stats on the item. I will get the stats. I will get the stats. I'm the first you've ever seen do that? Well, hopefully there's a few of them. Hopefully there are a few firsts. I don't think anybody else is streaming that's in a guild that could take down raid content. I don't think. Hey Thor, what's happening? I think I'm gonna swap from DL to Warrior. Looks fun. No, don't do that, man. Play out your Dire Lord. Our tank is the Dire Lord. That's who's tanking. I'm just here doing DPS for now. I do love the Warrior though. I mean, this stuff is high, like 5 levels higher than I am. We're level 30 and this stuff is like 35. So there'd be no point in me tanking this stuff. These guys would eat me. Our Dire Lord here is, I think, 38 or 39. So we're using the unique rare spear, and our Dire Lord here is using the unique two-hander. That was a level 40 boss? Yep, it was. Hey, Volcaris. Graveyard? Yes, graveyard. We've only found, like, trash loot stuff on it. Like, we're finding shriek stones. So I would have to say no. Although we did just kill a named, a boss that dropped cloth shoulders. Some kind of necromancer. I'm assuming he's the dude running this place. What was his name? Zeldras. Hang on, we got his name here somewheres. Zedris Malthier. We're finally in full plate. We got legs off a raid boss, the crystalline leg plates, and we finally got a pair of plate gloves. So we're now fully plated. I'm feeling pretty pimp right now. You inspired me to start my first melee. Pal, yeah. So what I found, the paladin that I have rolled is only level 4. I took him out for a quick spin. This was like 2 weeks ago. That silver hammer ability that acts like a heal. I guess I need to level the paladin a little higher, but that seems a little, I guess OP. It'd be like, take 3 or 4 hits, use that ability. Take 3 or 4 hits, use that ability. Take 3 or 4 hits, use that ability. It seemed a little weird. I'm guessing it scales. I don't know for certain. But it'll be interesting to see when I get around to it. Going from 35 summoner to 8 paladin is quite the change, huh? I'm pretty much best in slot right now for my level. We don't have a relic still, and we don't have earrings. But everything else is golden. Go get a toenail? I should. I should camp that. I could do that. I could do that during downtime, I guess. Riddler's quest was a ring. Yeah. We already have that one. We have the Riddler's ring. We have the ring from the Warden, from Helnir's. And we have the ring from the new boss up at the manor. The big orc dude. We just had a level 39 go up and con that dragon that I showed you guys yesterday. It's red to a 39. So it's probably level 45. Or 46. And that's a raid boss, so it's probably going to need a lot of 40s. It seems to be going well, Vol. I don't know a whole lot about the guild, but I've grouped with Nonstop Vanguard for the last month, on and off. It's been all pug groups. I was in Hail Sontalak, which was a great guild. But I had the opportunity to come here because these guys were getting ready, or are getting ready, to tackle all the cool stuff. And I have the opportunity to not only just join the guild, but also stream it to show it off. So that's my plan. I need every bit of ammunition I can to convince you guys to pick up the game. Those of you that haven't picked it up yet. Wow, raid bosses are in the game now? Yes, Kale. They are around. These guys have killed a number of them already. I just wasn't here for it because they killed them during the daytime and I stream in the evenings. The boss you just killed drops the best spear in the game? What? Are you sure? That's a necromancer. Necromancers can't even use spears. Do you know this is a fact, Rory? I love how your armor looks. By the way, it's better than the hobo outfits everyone's in level 1. That's because you don't come... Okay, so in this game right now, you don't actually come across plate until level 25. You guys had Crystalline Watcher today? Right on. I'm actually wearing the crystalline leg plates. So yeah, because you don't typically see plate until level 25, that's when your armor starts to change. Until then, you're pretty much looking in chain as a tank. All tanks have chain up until your 20s. Once you break into your 20s, you start coming across content where plate pieces will drop. And that's intentional, I believe. They don't want you to have plate right out of the gate. At least for now. Because I was a little confused myself, leveling up and not finding plate, and I would whine about it quite frequently. And then I decided to believe that it just wasn't in game yet. And then I was shown and proven wrong. And then I was like, okay, I guess I gotta wait till my 20s. So when we were in Lower Halnir, that's when I first started seeing plate drop. So we're over in Wild's End now. This is the first night I've been over here. This is the other side of the continent from the usual content. These are the newer zones that were put in. Morvaki. Okay. Whoops. Defeated by a tree. I like the audio here. We seem to be going a different route than the last route we took. I think. I don't know where we're going. That was... Bogjaw's corpse? Some kind of slime? Oh, okay, I remember. Yeah, this is it. I remember this now. It's called Fellspike. The late game groups, do you think shamans or necros are more useful? In the level 10 shaman build, I may start in the... Good question. I mean, they both have a lot of utility. My honest opinion, you're good with either or. The only real difference is the necro would be better offensively and the shaman would be better defensively. That would be your difference. You have the buffs available, which are important. You have the run speed, which is important. That comes from the shaman. You have the curses, which are the debuffs. You have the ability to pull stats or weaken the enemy, which other classes can't do. That's from the necro. So there's sort of a tit for tat, a yin and yang, a pro and a con, I guess you could say. But I would say either one would be good. It depends on what you want to do. If you want to be responsible for holding up your group, shaman. If you just want to do more DPS, necromancer. I hope that helps. Dude, I don't know where this guy's going. Oh, he's aggro on me. I can't get away from the group. I do not want to get away from the group. Hello, group. Thank you for the advice. I'll stick with the shaman. Fantastic. Hey, look, we're still way ways away from release. I'm sure you'll have time to play both. Hey, Keld, what's happening? Can you still equip necromancy? You can, but I believe you can only do weapons. I don't believe you can put armor on your pets anymore. But weapons, yes. Stoked to see gnomes, archive. Oh, and the scar? Yeah, for sure. Thinking about downloading the game again? I mean, that's entirely your prerogative, my friend, but if you're looking for something to play, I would say go ahead and download it. Dude. I can't get this guy. There we go. He got it. You want the scar in the game? Right on. I could see that. It'll be interesting to see what they do with the gnomes. It's an interesting take on the gnomes that I guess they come from the moon, and I'm guessing it's the second moon that comes in the game. The game, I believe, from the beginning will have 2 moons. What's happening? What kind of race is the Scar going to be? I believe the Scar are some kind of lizard race, right? Maybe not necessarily lizard? I think they would be like Ixar from EQ, hated by all other races to start. You're probably right, Stogrim. I would think that as well. You'd love Ratkins? I mean, there is a Ratkin illusion item in the bottom of Halnir's. No, Kel, they do not. Racial abilities are not in game. They aren't turned on. Hey Cole, do you solo your warrior or mainly just group content? I'm loving the warrior but solos. So, warrior is the worst soloer in the game. I do not play the warrior to solo. I am a yapper. I am a very social individual. I'm all about the group. So I specifically chose warrior to force myself to be in groups all the time. I refuse to solo as a warrior. Without having any sort of heal, it's not even worth it. Even with the hit point regen, it's not worth soloing non-elite or non-group content. What one hand did is the offhand, which one? So, in the left hand, this is the one-hand sword from Hangor, the Frigid Acclamation Zone. It's called the Icebone Blade. And then my main hand is a rare new unique weapon that was just put in the game recently called the Spear of Endless Frost. It drops in Hangor as well, often named. And I believe even to this day, I'm still one of 2 people on the server that has this weapon. And it actually has a proc on it. Does the hit point regen scale? As you level, yes. So, for example, You start, I believe, with hit point regen 1. So from level 1 to level 30, you get 7 extra points of regen, so we have 8 total. The hit point regen feels nice. As long as the damage is physical, it doesn't feel bad at all. True. Yeah, grats. Yeah, paper leveled. At what level do most players start transitioning to plate? Mid-20s. No problem, man. No problem. Once you get into Halnir's Cave, once you hit around level 22 and you start getting into the ghost camp or below, you'll start seeing plate drop just past the ghosts. In what they call the basement. So, in Halnir's basement. If you ever see someone advertising for HCBR, that's probably basement. Well, sir, I can't even hit this guy. Okay, we're coming back. I can't kill it. Is that where the butcher blade looking swords drop from too? No, the blade like what I have drops from Hangor. Hangor is a different region. It's in AVP, the same zone as Halnir's, but it's the cold area. It's where there's ice, snow, blizzard. You have to have the frigid acclimation resistance in order to survive there. It's kind of like, if you're familiar with EverQuest, the Planes of Power expansion, it's kind of like flagging. If you go back and look at my stream from 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, or 4 days ago, there's a series of VODs where I'm in this cold place. If you watch that area, that's Hangor. That's home to the North Tusks, which are the orcs. I call them Frost Orcs, but North Tusk is what they are. But that's where these weapons come from. My guildie here with this blue crystal, this is a two-hander. This is the two-hander that drops in that region. I have the one-hander. It does look like a two-hander, especially on an ogre. Nice, okay. Oh, who are you on? You're on the Black Mist. There's no might, you definitely did. This is so good. Hey, Denzi, what's happening? Dude, it's going fantastic. We're on our way to level 31. We're on the other side of the world right now, or the other side of the continent right now. We're here with a couple guild groups. We're just splitting the area. I mean, between the gear, the appearance, and the combat, this game really takes off, like 25 plus, I gotta say. red. That's why I keep chasing these shits around at like 1% health and they never die. I give up after a while. Oh really? Is that a thing at this point? Oh, gotcha. I was gonna say, I mean, I don't have, you know, 9-10 hours in a day to play, but I'm still hooked. Like yeah, I still look forward to every night I get to log in. I am. I may have talked that Necromancer kill up to like a 70-person EQ raid target. I might have. It's a selling point. Love to see it. I picked up the game. I'm looking into the race class stuff now before making my enchanter. Really excited to begin. Well, racials aren't in the game, and they won't be in the game for quite some time, so whatever you choose as a race, that's perfectly fine. I mean, we still don't have gnomes, we don't have the Akai, so you don't know really what's going to be, quote-unquote, the min-max best enchanter or intelligence caster, so I would just pick one and go. What buffs is the banner you're putting down? The one that I'm using is the hit rate banner. It's called the Banner of Arms. We have it upgraded to the level 2, and what it does is it increases the hit rate of everybody in the group, but it drops the block and parry of the enemy that we're fighting. So it's kind of like a buff and a debuff at the same time. It's a buff to buff. That's what I'm calling it. It's a buff to buff. Crush, love the streams. Thanks, Rory. I like streaming. Wouldn't take the race and lore stuff seriously. None of it's implemented. Yeah. Keld's got a point. If you want to play an enchanter, just pick your race and go. Flip a coin. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Oh, the origins. Oh, gotcha. We have a number of banners. We have like 6 of them. We have a banner to buff melee DPS. We have a buff to increase caster and melee speed. We have a buff to do hit rate that I was just talking about. We have a buff to help protect against crowd control, so that's mobs that might mez us or fear us or what have you. And we have a banner for my own personal block and parry. So if I'm tanking difficult content, I would put down more than likely my block and parry banner. But for the most part right now, the mobs that we're killing right now are at least 4 levels higher than I am, so I'm missing a lot. So I'm using the hit rate banner to try and give me that little extra push to at least hit more often than not. Everybody else here is a higher level than I am, between like 1 and 5 levels higher. So they're able to hit this stuff much more easier than I am. But they offered me a spot in the group. I wasn't doing anything. And I didn't have a group of my own, so I was like, sure, let's go. This has been fantastic. We hit level 30. We're on our way to 31. We're almost 20% in now. Okay. Wish they would give people incentive to stay in Wild's End. That place is a ghost town. You sometimes use a shield with your warrior. I like all the time use the shield because I'm typically the one tanking. Whenever I'm tanking, I use a shield. I can tank most content dual wield or with a two-hander, but I take significantly more damage and I don't want to put that kind of stress on the healer if it's not necessary. So I prefer to use the shield, and it works for me because I truly test the game. I'm not playing right now to get to 40 as fast as possible. I'm playing to experience the game so I can understand my class. So I like to have the shield on for when I'm fighting different types of mobs, so I can see how effective the block is, the chance to block, the mitigation, how one shield may differ from another. I do all that stuff, and then I make my own personal notes, and that way at least I have information, you know, going through the game's development. But yes, the only reason I'm using dual wield right now is because I don't need to interrupt anything. We're filling in a DPS role. Our tank is a Dire Lord. The Dire Lord's a higher level than I am, so they're a Dire Lord. We're doing DPS. However, when we're facing content that involves certain abilities that need to be interrupted, I will put a shield on, even in a DPS role, because the shield allows us access to Shield Slam, which is our interrupt. So that's how I help the group out. If the group has all the interrupts figured out, then I'll stay dual wield or two-hand. But I dual wield right now because I have two of the best weapons in the game. Well, I have one of the best weapons in the game and one of the non-unique best weapons for my level. But I use a shield like all the time. If you look at my other VODs, even from yesterday, I've got a shield for 95% of it. I just wouldn't be a very good tank in this content right now because these guys are 4 or 5 levels above me. That's the cool thing about the warrior. The warrior is the only class in the game that has access to all the weapon types. So as you can see, I use all the weapons. I try to keep all the weapons maxed out. I haven't used them in a couple of levels, but I'll probably start at some point. Actually, what do I have on me right now? Blade is 93. Axe is 84. We don't have an axe. Crushing is 93. Great axe. Great blade. Heavy crushing is 84. We go heavy crushing. Nah, we shouldn't. We shouldn't. Not with this content. We need to do the most DPS. Yikes. The spell effects and animations really start popping when you get the higher levels. Yes. I appreciate the fact that a single nuke doesn't blind me but still looks cool. I agree. I agree. I like seeing interaction. I'm even getting some comments on some of the earlier Pantheon streams. That's good. I appreciate the input. Hey, that actually stuck. Fantastic. That's the first time storm was successful here. Very samurai-esque looking. Yeah, yeah. I saw shoulders today that had spikes on them. Or at least it looked like spikes. I might have to check it out again. But I think I saw a VOD today, one of Joppa's streams, and I think he was playing an ogre, and I thought I saw scales or spikes or something on his shoulder pads, or on his pauldrons, and I was like, ooh, I wonder where those are. Wonder what drops those. But yeah, with the horns here, it looks very very like samurai kabuki, like Yoshimitsu from Tekken, or and then you turn to the front, and I look like I should be enrolled in Jenny Craig. Got some love handles there. we're we're on we're on our way to the road, or we're trying to find the road. We're taking the long way. I think it's just up here. There we go. Yeah, there it is. There's the road. The power lifter. Yeah, yeah, that's it. The power lifter build, not bodybuilder. That's it exactly. Gotta carry big sticks. That sword is just so big. That's hilarious. I've been in Navy P for about 3 or 4 days now. The initial learning curve is steep there. I went down a lot soloing. Try to learn my limits. Yes, I was the same way, Cole. Everybody will be the same way. Everybody should be the same way. You should run over a hill and all of a sudden get smacked to death and go, what just happened? God, everybody must still be shaman buffed. Oh, am I not going to make it because I took that right? There we go. How are you people able to get all the way up there? Wild. They gotta have Windstrider. They must have Windstrider. Oh, they didn't get all the way up. Oh, it's the spiders. I don't trust those spiders. Bum, bum, bum. Shaman's got the life. Just keep those buffs up and stay out of trouble. Yes. There's nothing like a good shaman buffing. The run-by buffins are fantastic. You're just standing at the bank, or you're standing at a bind stone, or you're waiting for somebody to show up, and then a shaman just comes by and buffs you. There's no better feeling than when somebody goes out of their way. There's no need for them to do that. They just felt like doing it. You plan on playing a bard? Oh, there'll be a number of people that'll switch to bard when bard becomes available. It'll be interesting to see how the player base shifts. I feel like the people that'll switch to bards are people that aren't tanks, so I think tanks will be fine. But I feel like the bards are going to be rogues. Probably shaman, I would say. Hey Lothar, what's happening? I have a feeling in the future, when the world is fully developed, everyone's going to want to pick... Oh, a pocket wizard friend? Yes, ports all around. You finally hit 14? Grat store. That's a milestone. You're on Black Moon currently. Every one of our 4 shards is packed to the hilt. All camps are taken. Yeah, I can imagine. Like, that's what I think the majority of streamers streaming Pantheon are on Black Moon also. The Shriek is having a bad hair day. Maybe they were getting in touch with their Rastafarian side. Problem is these guys are a higher level, so I'm missing them. Notice my skills aren't lighting up because I'm not connecting. There we go. That missed. I can't even get my banner down. There are a ton on Vale. Oh, Vale of Alaris? fighting gets more intense now. There's so many more abilities you have to pay attention to. In earlier levels, a mob might have 3 or 4 different abilities, but there's only really one pain in the butt that you need to worry about. But when you get up here, man, there's multiple abilities on each mob. I have a lot of people thanking me for playing the content beyond level 20. I guess apparently a number of people get to around level 20 and then they either roll new tunes or stop playing, I guess. It's a weird series of messages, but I've gotten them multiple times. I mean, it's pretty cool. They think there's nothing above it? Oh, there's plenty to do above it. Hangor alone will take you into your 30s. Oh, I guess there are going to be people coming in from early access who won't even know about the acclimation system. I didn't think about that till just now. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of players who won't know about the acclimation. That would be good reason, because you can't go into Hangor unless you have the acclimation, and Hangor is a 20+ zone. Well, technically it's like a 23 or 24. And the interesting thing, here is these things are undead or spectral, so they don't run at low health. How do you acclimate? So to acclimate, my normal tease to everybody has been to say, make sure you hail everybody. Once you get to level, I'd say once you get to level 11, I'd say. You may start zoning over into AVP to do stuff, you know, because there's stuff over there around level 9, level 8, etc. There's an NPC just after the zone over that will offer the quest. You have to go and retrieve an item. And once you turn that in, that will unlock the acclimation process. A lot of mobs will say, well met traveler, but you have to hail everybody. I don't want to... The thing is, I don't want to tell you guys the specific names of who to talk to, because then it ruins it for you, right? There's no exploration. You have to explore in the game. I'm not the person to talk to give you all the secrets. That's not going to happen. But I will vaguely put you in the general direction, because I want you guys to enjoy the game as well. And I know other people will point blank tell you all this stuff, but to me, that ruins the experience for you. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be the person that turns your interest into, meh, I'm good. I don't want that. But I will say, to start the acclimation, the first acclimation zone is in AVP. So to start acclimation, you need to be in AVP. And here's the kicker. I'm not even sure if there's a level requirement, but I do believe there are some NPCs that you may talk to that say well met traveler, and then 4 or 5 levels later you might talk to that same person and they might have something for you. I think. I'm not sure about that. Don't quote me on it. But to me myself, I swear I've talked to Bob, John, Karen, and Angela, and then I've gone back at a later date and talked to them and they've had something for me. But again, I could be wrong and just misremembering. Let me narrow it down by saying, make sure you hail every named NPC. A city guard is not a named NPC. Bob the Destroyer is an NPC, is a named NPC. So make sure you talk to all named NPCs you come across. However, con them all before you approach them. Some of them might not like you. The game tells you half a dozen times, con everything, con everything, con everything. The loading screens that come up when you're signing in, I think 1 or 2 of them specifically talk about considering everything. Bob the Destroyer. Bob the Destroyer, I need you to go kill 10 boars. Will you go kill 10 boars and come back to me? Wasn't that the old World of Warcraft joke? It's the whole reason they made the South Park episode where they talked about killing whatever it was, 3,256,000 boars or something. Look at all the misses. Miss, 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 resist, miss, miss, resist, miss. Miss, 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 miss. I bet you there's a miss, miss coming. Oh, look, miss, miss. This thing is like level 36. Has to be. Can't hit it. What level am I now? We are 30. We're almost 30% on our way to 31. What happened? It's the Rod Stewart hair. Fantastic. Like a mad scientist. You know what? It's the dude from Rage Against the Machine. What's the lead singer? Didn't he have that explosion of hair on top of his head? Zach, that's it. I couldn't remember his name. Trying to find an open camp tonight? You're having difficulty, are you? I think this game is way more popular than the team expected. Oh, they've already said they're over the moon. This game has exploded with population. People don't understand. Like, trolls come in all the time talking nonsense about it. This game is flying off the shelves, as the phrase goes. I mean, almost all the servers are heavy to full population, 7 days a week. The only ones that aren't, there are a couple of Western US servers, and I believe the European servers. But the European servers are full up when we're all sleeping. I like that you steer us in the right direction. Helpful hints. Yes, I don't want to give stuff away. Giving stuff away ruins the experience. It does. Even if you say, I'm okay with it, it doesn't matter. It still ruins the experience. You need that intrigue. I need you to jump in game, figure something out, and sit back and go, oh, I found it! Or I figured that out, or blah blah blah. I don't want to give you that feeling, because then I take that away from you. But other people don't realize that, right? So they just start spitting out all the information. And that's their right to do. And if you want to listen to them, that's cool. You can do that also. But that's not me. I don't give you the direct instructions as to what to do. I had to figure it out. You have to figure it out. I do wonder if the team is debating an optional sub to try and get some cash flow. So their optional sub is what was their pre-alphas. So for those who don't know, Pantheon went through a pre-alpha process before it went to alpha, and then it went to seasons, and then it went to early access. The pre-alphas didn't exist in the beginning. There was no pre-alpha. There was an alpha, a short-lived alpha, there was a beta, then there was going to be the game. They changed it because I believe they didn't have enough financial backing in the beginning, so they started creating pre-alphas. So the pre-alphas went into pre-alpha 6. A lot of people don't understand this because a lot of the population is coming in during Steam and not the OG period. So I'm telling you the OG period. So they came in with pre-alpha 1. Nobody had ever done a pre-alpha. There's no such thing as a pre-alpha. But then these guys went and did a pre-alpha because they were still working on world building. They still had what was called gray boxing. Gray boxing, for those who don't know, in game development, is when you start putting assets in game, but they don't look like anything. So, for example, those pillars over there were just gray bricks, gray rectangles, until they designed them, wrapped skins around them. So that boxing effect is called gray boxing. So they started with pre-alpha 1. Then pre-alpha 1 went to pre-alpha 2. Pre-alpha 2 went to pre-alpha 3. Now, during these pre-alphas, Pre-alphas didn't exist when I backed the game and other people backed the game back in the beginning. Unfortunately, Visionary Realms didn't allow us access to the game because we hadn't pre-alphaed into the game. Now, to go into the pre-alpha was pricier to get into pre-alpha. With that said, by the time they had gone through the 6 pre-alphas, so many people got burned out that people were getting frustrated that the game wasn't going into any sort of solid development. So during pre-alpha, I'm assuming pre-alpha 5, pre-alpha 6, they decided to come up with seasons. So then seasons hit. So when seasons hit out of pre-alpha, it started with season 1 and went through to season 6. Each season consisted of 6 weeks of gameplay. If you were a VIP pledge, so at the time of seasons, there were 3 pledge levels. There was VIP, there was champions, and then there was supporters, okay? In a 6-week period per season, VIPs got access 24/7. As long as the servers were up, they had access. Champions had the last 2 weeks of a season, so weeks 5 and 6. Supporters had the last week of a season, so week 6. So the 6 weeks go through, you go into season 2. 6 weeks go through, you go into season 3. Now they had said that during the seasons, each season, they would have a bunch of content to go into the game, which they did. That was the whole point of seasons. It was their way of trying to get more people to back the game and then give them enough time to actually push stuff into the game itself. Then after season 6 came early access, and you're all caught up because if you're playing the game, you came in on early access. So that's the rough history of what Pantheon was in the beginning. So I believed years ago that I should have been grandfathered in, right? For those who don't know, grandfathered in is when something new comes up in life, anywheres, you automatically have the requirements or qualifications for it, so you should be ushered automatically into it without having to go through any pre-qualifiers, right? That's what grandfathered into something means. But unfortunately, they didn't do that. So, you know, that was a thing unto its own. I didn't care. I was still in EQ. I was streaming EQ. So it wasn't that big of a deal to me. In the beginning it was, but when I started raiding with chill mode, I said, frig it, I'll wait. I got time. I'll wait till it comes out. And then I was pleasantly surprised when I got the emails for seasons, you know, 2 years ago, or whatever it was that, you know, got me access. So I've been at this for about 1.5 years. Now, people have been at this longer, but there was no content. So, you know, I like to think, as far as streaming goes, sure, thanks for having me. Hey RL, I was surprised I got hooked by this game. Very good immersion, the audio quality is really good, lots of games seem to prioritize graphics only. I agree, and I'm glad you said that. My viewers for Pantheon for the past month know that I've been gushing over and over again about the audio and the lighting. Phenomenal. The audio is done by a company called PVL, and they've just hit it out of the park. It's fantastic. All the sounds, all the weapon sounds from the different weapon types, the music, the fact that the music gets more amplified when you're fighting harder content. Dude. I even love the aesthetic of the game. They just added a 3rd shard for my server during the week because the first 2 were full. Yeah, and that's going to happen. That's going to happen. They keep getting more players. So I've read 9 reviews of this game in the last 1.5 weeks, and they've all been mostly positive. And when I say mostly, I'm talking 85, 90%. Like, they're doing something right with this game. It's drawing in people. And I just dismiss the trolls. I can't be bothered with adults acting like children. That's just ridiculous. It's embarrassing. Is it me, or does your character miss 75? Yeah, no, not Jay. I'm a few levels lower than this content, and the guild offered... I wasn't doing anything at the time, so the guild offered me a spot in this group to come get some XP. Unfortunately, I miss a lot of this camp here I'm missing. This is endgame content that we're killing, and I'm like 3 levels minimum beneath hitting them reliably. So I'm going to miss a lot of this content. But I think these groups are coming to an end. Right on. Again, thanks for the invite. Okay, so people are logging for the evening, so there are no more... What am I running for? No, I'm not running past these spiders again. I'm just stucking out. Both the music and the lighting is so good. I think pictures don't do it justice. You need to see it. I agree. You definitely do need to see it. You need to go up to the manor and watch how the sun and the moon, or watch how the moon moves through the manor. How everything lights up eerily. I will say one thing. Something is starting to get to me. Everybody having a visible light source. Now, I understand a lot of people were complaining about the lights. I understand. But when the torch was in somebody's hand, it added this eeriness to the game. It added this extra sense of pay attention. Put your head on a swivel. Don't move 5 feet over here because this zombie's going to aggro you and eat you for breakfast. I'm finding now if you have 6 people in a group and everybody has a torch, there's a large lit up area that takes away from things at night. I'm noticing, my brain is having issues noticing all the light because me personally, I don't want all the light. I want little light. I want the light of the torch. Like it adds to the darkness of night in this game. But unfortunately, a lot of players aren't down with that. So, and this is coming from me playing a warrior. Someone who runs around with either 2 weapons in their hand, a 2-hander in their hand, or a weapon and a shield in their hand. So I never have a torch. You guys saw me for the last month before they implemented that update. I had to run through most of this game in the pitch black. I had to run into trees and mobs and whatnot, to get my bearings. But even without a map, I know my way through these 2 zones. That's the other thing. A lot of people are complaining about wanting a map. You don't need one. You don't need one. I know these zones. I don't get lost. It just might take me 5 extra minutes to find a road. That's it. That's it. I pay attention to where I'm running. I pay attention to the enemies. I'm not distracted and turning my head and looking at the TV and, I am. 8 at the moment. Why? What's yours? But that sounds right. I think I'm due for a 9 in a level or 2, and then I'll be 10 when I get up. Well, you're what? You're 39, right? Yeah, I think I'm due to get a hit next level or the level after that, and then it'll go to 10 by the time I get up to 38, I want to say. And I think that's where we stop. The only thing I notice is, when I'm in Hangor, I could stand a whole lot longer in the worst temperatures, even being acclimated, and still regen a solid percentage. But when I'm sitting down, I can stay ahead of everything. Like, I could get all 5 debuffs, and as long as I'm sitting down, the regen keeps me at full. I tick once, and then I'm back up to full again. So that's cool. But as far as I'm concerned, I could care less about having the HP regen. I don't try soloing. I don't even factor it. It's garbage for a warrior. The hit point regen is not going to make a lick of difference when it comes to something of that magnitude. I mean, do you solo a lot? Did you solo high level? So, how did you find it when you were soloing then? Like, what levels were you soloing, and where did you find it was good, and where did you find it was bad? Sorry, Chad, I'm talking to another warrior who's a few levels higher than I am. They're almost 40. Yeah, yeah. That's the whole... I'm a yapper, I'm social, I talk too much. That's why I chose a warrior, because it forces me to group. That's what I do. I met most of Vanguard just by randomly grouping. Well, you chose a warrior, and now you have to be. Do they start the groups, or do you start the groups? That's being social. So you are social. If you were accepting invites, that's a different story. But if you start the groups, that's social. So you are a social person. Ha ha. No. There's no guess. You initiated the interaction. That's social. So you're succeeding. So Visionary Realms got you. So you don't have to go around telling people I'm not very social, because yes, you are. That would be verbal. Right. See? Look at that. See? Person thought they weren't social. I just told them they were social, by definition. See? That's what I'm telling you. That's all I do, man. All I do is talk and make friends, form groups, and go. You can talk to most of this guild, and they'll tell you that they were hoeing around, or that I've been hoeing around with them for, well, since the beginning of early access anyways. I think most of my friends list is like 40 Vanguard people, and they've all been different groups, different times. It's all been the same thing. I don't give two shits what guild you're at. Like, I just put groups together and go. Hoeing around. I'm very easy. I got somebody else saying hoeing around now. I've been hoeing around. Oh, sorry, Chad. I'm getting behind here. If I could use the torch as a weapon, I wouldn't have minded. You have to make a decision between using a two-handed versus having a... Right, exactly. What's the new torch system? Oh, the new torch system is that we all have a slot now on our character sheet to put it there. See? We never used to have this light source slot. It had to go in your offhand. It had to. Well, here's the thing as well. A lot of players coming from seasons and the pre-alphas, they're under the impression from experience that warriors aren't great at tanking, that they're no good, that paladins and dialords are the way. But I would say the warrior is phenomenal. This is my fourth warrior. I had a warrior in season 1, I had a warrior in season 3, a warrior in season 6, and this guy. I don't know if you guys were around during the seasons, or I might be talking gibberish to you guys if you guys don't know what the seasons were. If you guys are all Steam Early Access, that's one thing. Okay, gotcha. Well, apparently I need an item from Manor. I don't know if I'm ever going to get it, but I need that totem. Just get what? A two-hand mace? Yeah. So... So, I will say this. When we first went to the bog tonight, and I saw you swinging a hammer that looked different from what I had, I was actually talking to my stream, and I'm like, that's curious. I wonder what hammer he has. Because I saw it, and it looked like a polished, like, not ogre-type hammer, and I thought, that's a two-hander. Interesting. I wonder what that is. I didn't know what that was. Hang on a second, chat. I'm being shown a weapon. While he's doing that, let me try and catch up with the chat. Mixed feelings on the lighting change. I'm new, so I've only experienced the new way, but I think I'd like the old way better. Okay, let me do like there. It was, man. Can we still put the torch in our offhand? We can't. Oh, great. So I can't even show you. So with the torch being on us now as a light source at nighttime, and follow the mouse cursor, please. We have a glow around our character, and it's a constant glow. It's a static glow. It doesn't move. It moves, it goes wherever you go. When you had the torch in your offhand, the light moved, like as if you were running with your arms. The light moved, so you didn't have that constant glow around you, so you couldn't equally judge distance or range when moving. That's what made it kind of scary. But people complained about it. Hang on, just give me 1 second, guys. There's no way you just did 144 damage with forward swing. What is the hammer? Is there a shaman hitting you with bolster or whatever they call it? That's insane. This guy, I wish I could show you guys this, but I can't show you guys this because I can't get it over to the stream. I just want that for an ogre because of how big it would look. Yeah, see, this guy's got a pocket. This guy's got a shaman in his group that's bolstering him. That's why. But yeah, so anyways, as far as the whole lighting thing goes, I kind of wish they would go back, but I can't answer for other people that are playing like cloth wares and so on. I can't speak on their experiences, but this game was supposed to be designed to be dangerous. People say, oh, well, there's XP loss and da-da-da, that's dangerous. That's not the same thing. The environment is supposed to be... If you were out in the open, in the middle of the woods, with no electricity, and you had a torch, you would have a torch moving when you move. You wouldn't have a torch strapped to your side or strapped to your back because you'd be caught on fire and die. Right? Right. We've already sorted that out. So when they had the torch as an offhand, it added to the eeriness and the dangerous of moving through the world. Now you don't have that because you have this constant light glow around you. And I understand they probably won't get rid of it now that it's in the game because it's going to placate a lot of people, and very few people like myself are going to whine about it. So I'll try not to whine about it going forward, but my brain is processing that the game is safer than it used to be. And I personally am not a fan. As much as I love this game, I'm not a fan of the lighting when you have 6 light sources all working together. That's what I don't like. It would be interesting if they put, like for example, for the warrior banner, if when the banner was planted, if there was a tiki light source at the top or something that lit up a general area but still gave you that eerie glow of nighttime and nobody else's lighting worked. That would be cool. But for me personally, the new lighting system, like even tonight when we were hanging out on that cliff fighting those undead, you could see the tremendous amount of light along that whole stretch of rock. That's not what it was like 2 weeks ago. It's not what it was. It was scarier 2 weeks ago. You had to have your head on a swivel. You had to be looking everywhere. You can't just point in a direction, hit auto run, and then start doing the dishes, or go up and get a drink, or have a smoke, or whatever it is you're going to do. So, whatever. That's just me whining. It's a moot point. It's like in almost insignificant, but it matters to me, right? That's all. It just matters to me. The game doesn't have that dangerous feeling at nighttime anymore. I have a Dire Lord, Pally, and Warrior. I feel like the Warrior is the tankiest of them all. So they operate in different scenarios. The Dire Lord was the tank tonight. The Dire Lord is pretty phenomenal. So the Dire Lord is amazing. I haven't grouped with any Paladins in the last 2 levels, so I don't know how Paladins do towards the end game, or at least going into the tier 3, tier 4 content. When I was grouping with Paladins in my 20s, they were just as solid. I let them tank, I switched to DPS, everything was fantastic. That's the beauty of the Warrior, is that you can have a Warrior in your group as a tank or as DPS and put another tank in there. I've run with 3 Warriors in a group. 3 Warriors. Now, you'd be sitting there going, well, that's stupid. Why would you run with 3 Warriors? Let me tell you, run with 3 Warriors and get back to me. That's what I'll tell you. Run with 3 Warriors and get back to me, because it was some of the funnest times, because you wouldn't think that would work. But in a 6-person group running a dungeon, it worked for us. That's part of it, Cole. that was definitely part of it. Part of it was being able to have 3 banners out at the same time. I think a good compromise on the torch situation would be to have it offer a low light when not equipped, and if you wield it in an offhand, it's twice as effective. That could be interesting, Keld. I mean, that would make sense. If you had a light source that wasn't an open flame and you strapped it to your side, it wouldn't be as bright as if you had it in your hand. That's true. Is the current torch system set in stone? I believe so. I believe so for now. It'll be set in stone. I believe we'll have it come launch. I don't see them taking it away. But anything's possible in development. Dual wielding classes and 2-hand classes felt like they were being punished the other way by DBS laws. The slot is temporary until they get more interesting light source in it. Joppa also noted dungeons are too bright. Well, hopefully they do something that brings a little bit of danger back to the game. I liked being cautious. I liked being stuck in the forest when it turns to night and having to try and figure my way out. We had a funny experience. When was it? When did I meet the Dusk Fiend? Was that season 6 or was that early access? I think that was season 6. That scared the crap out of me. I thought for sure, I mean, I died, but that scared the crap out of me. On stream, that scared, like, I legitimately jumped. I was in the forest, I didn't know my way around AVP, it was pitch black all of a sudden, I'm trying to push through trees with my shield and weapon, and I know I have no light source, and all of a sudden this giant face, this giant lycanthrope, just blasted through the shadow at me, and I turned around and I ran Indiana Jones style, and I spun the camera around on stream to show the big guy coming after me, and I didn't survive. He killed me in 2 shots, but my heart jumped. Dude, I'm telling you, he caught me so off guard, and I laughed. It was a fun moment. That's what I love with this game. But there are people out there who are taking that away from me because they want the game to be, and there's no other word to say, they want the game to be easier. That's what they want. They want the game to be easier. That's what the whole thing's about. They want the game to be easier. The game is fine. The game is fine. But people want it to be easier. They should just make it a fire beetle eye or some sort of glowing orb. Just one? Yep, I could see that. Clothwearer should have a light spell of some kind. I believe they were toying around with intelligence casters having some sort of light spell. Dire Lord is more fun than Paladin. How do warriors switch between DPS and tank? And can Pally Dire Lord do that too? No, is the simple answer. In my opinion, with what I've tested in my experience, no. And here's why. The warrior is the only class in the game that has access to all weapon types. That includes two-handers. It is better to tank with a shield, if you're built to hold a shield. A Dire Lord can't use a shield. So a Dire Lord is set on either the dual wield or the two-hand, if I'm not mistaken. But they have a different way of doing things. They have to generate essence. They have to focus, they have to channel their target with this essence that empowers the Dire Lord. It's how they maintain their threat. It's how they do their damage. If a Dire Lord is not paying attention and their concentration falls off, that's a problem. They will lose aggro. Now, the warrior has snap aggro. So my taunt, for example, down here at the bottom, it's an activated ability. The Dire Lord's threat is not activated. It's passive. It's sustained. So as long as the Dire Lord keeps that force going against the target, they won't lose aggro. Now, a warrior can pull aggro from a Dire Lord by using their snap taunt, but a warrior won't be able to keep aggro because the sustained hate transfer from the Dire Lord will win it back. So, if you're in a situation where you're fighting something, and let's just say the mob has a harm touch. There's no harm touch in the game that I know of, but let's say it does. And let's say you want the Dire Lord to stay up. And let's say as a tank, I want to be able to pop my shield block to be able to block the next incoming attack or what have you, and then I snap taunt when he goes to cast that spell, the mob turns on me, casts the spell, I absorb it, then the Dire Lord gradually gets the hate back. That's fine. The thing is, they put threat components on all of the Dire Lord's skills for the most part. So if a Dire Lord were to move to a DPS role, and let's say I move to a tank role, the Dire Lord's going to get hate. It's going to happen. They're not going to get it as often as they would tanking, but they're going to keep getting it, and it could be a problem. It could be a nuisance, especially when you're dealing with abilities that are used in a frontal cone. So if the warrior's fighting here facing the enemy, and all your group is behind the mob, and the Dire Lord gets aggro, and the mob turns and then frontals, well, you've just wrecked your group, right? So there is that as well. So you have to pay very close attention. With the Paladin relies on bolstering their group. The Paladin has the ability to amplify the group's healing. That's how they keep their aggro. They also have melee, and they have... what's the other skill, Stogrim? There's another skill that generates threat. It's not the silver hammer, that's the heal. What's the... Is it a white icon? I can't remember what it's called. Anyways, the cool thing about a Paladin is a Paladin excels at using a shield, just like a warrior does. The thing is, the warrior doesn't bring any buffs to the group except for the banners, and the banners only provide one benefit at a time depending on what it is, and it's only for 45 seconds at a time. Now, you can bring up a new banner after the 45 seconds, no problem, but you have to have the battle points that I was talking about earlier in the top left of my screen. If you don't have the battle points, and every banner takes 2, you only have 5 to work with. You don't generate them back that quick, so you have to be smart about when to use your banner, when to use what banner, when to use your other skills. It all becomes a thinking game, a strategy. A warrior who understands their abilities, their battle points, their readiness, the timings, everything that I know about the warrior, without sounding like a boast or a brag, I like to think I'm a pretty good warrior. However, if there's 100 other people playing the warrior and they don't put that same thought into the warrior, they're not going to be as good. That's just what it comes down to. So you might group with some warriors and they could be a bad time, and then you group with some other warriors and they could be a great time, and you're like, what's going on here? What's the difference? This is what I've said for the past half year. It's who's driving the car. It's who's behind the wheel that matters. There's no one broken class in this game, so please don't think because you're playing one class and you see somebody playing another class, either you or them are broken. You are not. You just need to think and analyze how you're playing your class and how you can do a bit better, or how you can play a bit different. And that's not to be offense to anybody in chat, because I've had to do the same thing. I still do the same thing today. I have it now where I have gear. I have these Spalders, which have stamina and agility. Because they have stamina, I'm automatically going to use them when I'm tanking. However, I was DPSing tonight, so I have a pair of shoulders that give me +4 to strength. Lower AC, but I don't care about the AC in this respect because I'm not taking the damage. I'm doing damage, and my damage is based on strength, so I wear the strength shoulders when I'm doing DPS. I use the stamina Spalders when I'm tanking. Most people wouldn't think to do that. They would put one on because it has higher AC or higher stats and get rid of the other one. I don't think that way. So, it's just, it's how you train yourself to play the tune. That's all. And I'm not great. I make a joke all the time, and you guys will hear me on voice, and I'll say, I'm Krushnek and I'm awesome. I'm saying it to the group in voice chat or whatever. It's become a joke now, because there are certain things I've done in game that people haven't seen before. I know how to pull as a warrior. I know how to split mobs as a warrior. I know how to cause mobs to, I know all the mechanics. So to some people who aren't familiar with warriors doing that, it looks like it's something special, but it's not. So I make the joke and say, I'm Krushnek and I'm awesome. I'm not legitimately awesome. I don't give two shit. I just play the game. That's all. But I play as best as I can because I know I'm playing with 5 other people. And you might not think that. You might jump into a group and all you're concerned about is your XP. All you're concerned about is you not dying. All you're concerned about is getting X piece of gear. You might not think of the other 5 people in your group. I always think of everybody I'm grouped with, no matter how many people there are. And that's not a brag, that's just who I am, because in this game, where the stakes are as high as they are, if one person gets disappointed or their morale drops in any way, and they leave group, or they stop playing at the level they were playing at while you're crawling, that can mean a good night or a nightmare of a night. And the problem is, if it's a bad case and somebody drops group, that person dropping is going to affect the other 4 people in the group. Myself personally, I don't care. People drop in group, whatever. I'll find somebody else. I don't care. Be childish. Don't care. But I have to think about the other 4 people now because we have 1 spot open. I have to try and find a person as quickly as possible to get into that spot. So I'll casually type in group chat, hey, any chance somebody has a friend that might want to get in on this before I start looking? Because I'm trying to find a way to get a person in there as quickly as possible without creating dead air. Are you all familiar with dead air? You know what dead air is? Dead air happens when somebody leaves your group. You have a timer. The second somebody drops group in these kind of games, you have a timer of dead air that you have to fill. If you don't fill that dead air within a certain amount of time, somebody else is going to leave. Then the group's going to disband. Then you're stuck with your thumbs up your arse, doing nothing. That will happen. That will happen quite often. I actually work to make sure that doesn't happen. I will send tells and I will talk to group mates in a somewhat casual, funny, jovial manner. I do that on purpose. I'm a salesperson. My whole life has been talking to people. So I do what I can to build rapport with everybody I'm grouped with so I know they'll stay if things go sour. I know I can call on them again, and I know they're not going to hate me. And that's what I've done this whole time in early access. Everybody on my friends list, everybody that knows me, is because of all the things I've done when I've grouped with them. They haven't done the same thing to me, but I've done it to them because I need to make sure I have people to group with. And I know some of you are sitting there saying, well, that sounds like a whole lot of stuff to do. Well, welcome to a social MMO. I don't know what to tell you other than that. That's what I can tell you. That's a social MMORPG. I've said it 1,000 times. If you can't be social, you shouldn't play this game. Man, I need a drink. That's a lot of talking. I just love this game. That's all. I love this game. I don't care for the trolls. If you're going to come at me with negativity, it's got to be justified. And I know what's justified and what's not. So when you open your fingers and start typing messages that's absolute ridiculousness, I remember who you are and I just won't talk to you again. That's all. I do it tonight. I did it yesterday. There are names that have come up and said stuff and I just don't respond. I got no time for adults acting like children. That's ridiculous. This is my time too. If the game was easier, people would get bored faster. They would. They would. Maybe not a lot of people, but they would. Remember, this is a steeper curve than World of Warcraft. This is even a steeper curve than EverQuest. Some people will fight me on this, but it's true. This game has a steeper curve than EverQuest does. They are similar in the respect that EverQuest, you create a character, it drops you into the world, it gives you no help. You have no idea where to go. You have no feathers or question marks or exclamation points over anybody's heads. You have so many named mobs you don't know who to talk to, and you have to figure stuff out. This game is the exact same thing. However, I can run through the Karanas and Kinos and Butcher Block and what have you, forwards, frontways, day, night, whatever, doesn't matter. No risk, no harm, no foul. In this game, you can't do that. Particularly at the lower levels, you can't do that. You run through AVP at level 15, spider's gonna root you, bear's gonna maul you, you're gonna be dead. Right? Like, this game is steeper than EQ, and it's vastly steeper than World of Warcraft and Vanguard. So that difficulty, I don't like using difficulty. That complexity. The complexity of this game is vastly outweighs or outpaces WoW, EQ, Final Fantasy, ESO, Guild Wars, Black Desert Online, whatever MMO you want to jump in there, because I've played them all. Whatever MMORPG you want to throw in there, I already have. You can't put one over on me because I've already played them all. But this game has something to it not like the other games out there. Yes, it doesn't look like it's VR and futuristic. It doesn't need to be. The world is great. I love the appearance of the game for what they're building. It's all about the social. It's the social. It's the talking. It's the making friends. It's the getting into arguments. It's the figuring stuff out. It's the working things out with your group. It's trying different things. There isn't a single person in this game in the year and a half that I've played that I can safely say hates me. It doesn't exist. Because if you don't like me, you better have a hell of a good reason. That's all I'll say. If you don't like me, you better have a hell of a reason. Combat is really methodical. Dude, the combat was action-packed tonight, man. Tonight was great because I got to show constantly moving around the battlefield, like we would run away from the mob as the mob was being pulled in because we knew we had our storm ability, which had a chance to stun the mobs. I knew I wasn't going to do a lot of damage to this content because it was 3 to 5 levels higher than what I am. So I knew I was going to miss a lot, but I didn't want to look like I wasn't pulling my weight. So I started doing a couple extra things in there, and a couple of you guys noticed, which is fantastic because I need you guys to see how active the game can be. And unfortunately, in the first 20 levels, nothing really pops out. You can jump into Halnir's cave and run through Halnir's, and you can see how they've designed dungeons and go, oh wow, that dungeon looks kind of cool, and it's musty and dark and so on. But this stuff here with the fact that we were pulling stuff that would have ate me for breakfast, crapped me out, and ate me again, it made for the more action-packed. And I say this because I got a couple of messages that I'm not going to say, but I got a couple of messages talking about the game looks so different from 25 plus. I just had 3 individuals thank me for streaming content 20 plus, 25 plus, because people apparently are stopping at that point or rolling other tunes or just stop not playing the game. So I have no idea, but I'm thoroughly loving it. I need to show you guys this stuff because I need you guys to get into the game. I do. I need this game to happen. If this game does not let's hypothetically say there's a world where this game doesn't happen. I don't have anything to play. I am not going to main Ashes like I would Pantheon. I will dabble in Ashes, and then when it gets to the whole PvP realm versus realm stuff, I'm going to get bored. I'm just going to get bored. So a Paladin or Dire Lord are essentially always stuck in tank mode due to their weapon type and aggro generation, but a war can just not taunt and use a two-hander when a war uses two-hander their damage. I wouldn't say it's comparable to like a wizard. I wouldn't say it's comparable. It might be comparable to a rogue. I don't know, because a rogue is not pure DPS in this game. A rogue has quite a bit of utility. That's like the warrior has utility, right? The warrior can tank or the warrior can DPS. And people are hesitant to put a warrior in a DPS role. But again, I say this again, there is a reason the warrior has access to every weapon type in the game. And it's not for tanking. That's all I have to say. The only closer class is the ranger. The ranger can use all but 3 different weapons. There are 3 weapons the ranger can't use that the warrior can use. And that's it. The warrior has all the weapons available. And it's because of the versatility. It's because of the way they move around the battlefield. So if you pay close attention to what I do when I'm in groups, you'll see when I use certain skills, and you'll see when I don't use certain skills, because I don't want to pull aggro from the tank if I'm DPSing, but I want to hold aggro if I'm tanking. So the warrior has that. Now, I haven't played a Dire Lord or a Paladin, so I can't start proving people wrong until I start playing. But I want to see if those classes have DPS viability. I don't think they do because I've spoken to Dire Lords and Paladins, but they're not me and I'm not them. So I need to play a Paladin and I need to play a Dire Lord and I need to see what the differences are. But I have never had a bad experience with a Paladin tank. I have never had a bad experience with a Dire Lord tank. But I've never had a Paladin or a Dire Lord in a DPS role. It's always been me in the DPS role. The exploration and verticality is a game changer. Yes, Stogram, and still today, most players that have come in from Steam have no idea that the game is built just as much vertically as it is horizontally. You have to level your climbing. You have to pay attention to the environment. If you watch me carefully, you'll see me eyeing mountains and cliffs and hilltops because I'm looking for handholds to help me get up higher and higher without falling to my death or not being able to climb something. You have to do that too. I'm not going to show you where all those are because there's just too many to find and do. But there is so much stuff to find vertically. You just have to go out there and explore. Your excitement for the game is appreciated. Well, thank you. I just really enjoy the game. That's all I can say. I just really enjoy the game. I'm digging it. The one thing that I love about games like this is the social aspect, but WoW does have things that are very hard. Pushing Mythic Yeah, but Mythic wasn't in WoW in the beginning, right? Keep that in mind. Mythic came in years later. So you can't use that as a comparison right now, right? These guys don't even have an established raid ecosystem as of yet. They have multi-group encounters, and you could consider that a raid because it's more than 6 people. But there's no mythic difficulty in this game as of yet. It took years for WoW to have mythic, and it took years for EQ to have more serious encounters. EQ2 did the same thing. It took them almost half a decade, or maybe close to a decade, before they started having expert encounters or encounters above the hardest encounters. That all came in time. The same thing might happen with this game. We don't know. We're not there yet. It's still being built, right? Everybody's got to keep that in mind. You can't come into this game and think it's going to be a completed Elder Scrolls or a completed Final Fantasy XIV. You can't think that. It's a game being worked on. I just hope they keep sticking with the implementing of the new content on a regular basis, because that's what's going to keep players playing the game. And hopefully people check out my stream and see all the positiveness. I'll bring up the negative stuff if there's negative stuff to be brought up. But I've watched a few people with their VODs on YouTube and whatnot, and I'll say a number of people tend to leave out some information and they don't necessarily provide the other side to what they're trying to say. And I'm not a fan of that. I don't like providing the pros and not providing the cons, or vice versa, right? And I don't like speaking without doing the research. I like to know the answers before I start telling you guys, my opinions and so on. Because again, I'm a salesperson. I know what it's like to see somebody sell something to somebody by bullshitting, and then that person getting disappointed and coming back and taking out their rage on the staff member. I've seen that. I don't know why I talk so highly about this game. I don't get anything for it. I don't have anything to do with VR. They've jumped in a couple times. I just want this game. And the thing is, there won't be another Pantheon. There won't be another EQ style game. Those social MMORPGs are done. Ashes, don't kid yourself. Ashes is not going to be a social MMORPG. Once you do a couple of things in Ashes, you're going to log in and just jump into something and away you go. You're not going to have to work for stuff. That's not how Ashes is being designed. It's a much bigger project. It's going to have a whole lot of other stuff, including PvP, realm versus realm, all that kind of whatever in the game, non-PvE content. This game is not going to have that. This game is more about... This is the more intimate experience. This is you and 5 people working together to a common goal. This is not you and 500 people storming a battlefield to kill 500 other people and hope that, there aren't more wizards on one side than the other. What does the disorient status effect do in game? Necro has a spell that applies it to targets. So if you have a disorient, that's a state. So when you put a mob in a certain state, another class may have the ability to change that state or to take advantage of that state. So for example, casters will have an ability called Open Gap or Opening Gap. Necromancer has it, Opening Gap. With Opening Gap puts a crosshair or what have you, crosshair icon on the mob's placard, marquee. You'll see the crosshair or what have you. When that crosshair pops up, on the melee side, there'll be a skill in our technique bar. If we have it socketed, there'll be a skill that will light up, meaning we can use it. So for example, if you look at my disarming strike ability, this blue icon, white cracked blade, it says disarming strike. It's a warrior technique, so it's specific to warriors, but it says deals damage to your target and exploits the opening gap, causing the grappled state. When grappled, reduces the enemy's outgoing damage by 8%. So if you as a Necro use Opening Gap and land it on the mob, and I see that Opening Gap, I can pop Disarming Strike if it's available, and I can take 8% damage away from that mob, so that weakens the mob. Your Disorient will do the same thing. When you put Disorient on a mob, it'll cause somebody else's ability to light up, or give them the ability to use a particular skill on yours. I don't know what that is because none of my abilities take advantage of Disorient. Yeah, I don't have anything that does Disorient. But those are states. Those are techniques and states that you can change on the enemy to allow another class in your group to be able to do something to that enemy. Something extra. They follow... This is a method from Vanguard. There was a game years ago, for those who don't know, called Vanguard Saga of Heroes. And the way Vanguard was being designed, it was being designed by the same person that did this game, Brad McQuaid. This is part of the McQuaidverse. So think of it like the MCU, the Marvel Universe, right? This is the McQuaidverse. This is what I call the McQuaidverse. EverQuest, Vanguard, Pantheon. All Brad McQuaid's idea. Unfortunately, he passed away. That's why we're seeing a lot of Joppa now as pretty much the main face of Visionary Realms and Pantheon, because Brad is no longer with us. However, with that said, in Vanguard, Brad was trying to find a more creative way or a more inventive way to keep people's attention, because in games like EverQuest and World of Warcraft, players were getting into the habit of just standing still and hitting certain buttons, what we would call face rolling, right? There was no activity. But then you had games like Terra come out, and you had games like Arcage come out, and when you're in combat in those games, even WildStar, when you're in combat with those games, you're constantly moving. Whether you're a healer, whether you're DPS, whether you're a tank, you have to move around the field. In EQ and World of Warcraft, you don't have to do that. I've been in and I've watched a whole lot of footage. You don't have to do that. You can stand still. A lot of people can stand still and do next to nothing. He didn't want to do that for Vanguard. He wanted something extra. So instead of just being able to hit your skills, he wanted you to pay attention to your skills better than you would normally do by including a combo system. And the combo system would be this. You're in a group with a warrior, a rogue, and a wizard, let's say. The warrior has a shield bash. The warrior goes ahead and uses their shield bash. The shield bash is successful and stuns the mob. Well, all of a sudden, on the rogue side, there's an ability called Jab that lights up. The rogue has a couple of seconds to hit that jab button before the mob comes out of the stun. So the rogue hits Jab. All of a sudden, you've done a special attack to a stunned mob that's opened up a wound. Let's say the rogue has done the jab and the jab lands and the bleeding starts. Well, all of a sudden on the wizard side, or let's say necromancer side, they might have an ability called Fester. And Fester all of a sudden lights up. So if you're not paying attention, you're going to miss it. But if you're paying attention, you hit that Fester will amplify the bleed on the wound and make it a stronger dot. There was a whole balance. It wasn't even part of the main part of Vanguard. Vanguard, you could just use your basic skills and everything would be fine. But if you wanted to be pro, if you wanted to be efficient, you wanted to be awesome, you utilize not only your regular skills, but you utilize the combat system as well. And the combat system from Vanguard is the technique system in Pantheon. That's what it is. That's where it came from, period. And it's to make people pay attention. Now, you may find yourself being in groups that don't utilize those techniques. I'm going to tell you, please use those techniques. Pay attention. Know what to look for, whether you're looking for a red icon, whether you're looking for a white icon, whether you're looking for a blue icon, it doesn't matter. Pay attention to when certain altered states are applied so that you can exploit it and help the group kill stuff faster. Weird since Force has the opening gap tooltip stuff, but Locust Swarm applying Disorient doesn't. Is Locust Swarm labeled a technique? Like when you mouse over the skill, at the top, what does it say? It'll say the name of the skill, it'll say its resource cost, it'll say if it's an instant or whatnot, and then it should say what type of spell it is. So what does it say Locust Swarm is? They have mentioned opening up PvP servers to satisfy the player base. Well, it's and not just the player base. Some of VR want a PvP server as well. They want the PvP stuff out there because they believe that the combat system they have will work in PvP. That remains to be seen. Okay, so the key word there is technique. Anything that is a technique is triggered. That means it's specific to that class. So you have a necromancer technique that nobody else can use. But that's the key word. Look at your main hotbar. None of your skills will have the word technique, but that 4-slot hotbar, all your skills will be techniques. It'll be, the generalization would be caster technique, necro technique, right? There's the archetype technique, and then there's the specific technique to your group. It's like where you see here, exposure, it says melee technique. It doesn't say warrior technique, it says melee technique. That means all the melee classes have exposure as well. Then you go over to disarming strike, it's a warrior technique, meaning it's warrior only, right? So that's what I'm saying. You got to pay attention to your techniques. And by the time you get to level 20, you have multiple techniques and you have to make a decision as to what to swap in and out. I'll give you an example. Tonight we were DPSing. So I have two abilities that I keep in this second slot roughly at all times. I have one for when I'm DPSing and one for when I'm tanking. When I'm tanking, I use a skill called Mocking Blow. So I got it at level 1, but if you notice, it deals damage and generates bonus threat. So this is one of my threat building abilities for damage. Down here under Cross Strike, it says it does damage, but nothing about threat. But it says the bonus damage comes from being behind the target. Well, obviously you're not going to tank behind a target. So what I do is if I'm tanking, I take that out and I put Mocking Blow in. So now I have my taunt to help hold aggro because I'm never going to be behind the mob. But when I'm in a DPS role like tonight, I take it out and put in the DPS ability. Where is it? Right there. So I have it. So you need to pay attention to your class's techniques to know when to swap in and out the techniques that you need for what you're fighting. Necromancer, you're fighting undead. Half hour later, you're fighting sentient being. What was that, sorry? No, I'm yapping, I've been talking about this game for like the last half hour. I'm talking about techniques now. Yeah, anyways, pay attention to your techniques. All of them. Oh, shite. Nope, I wasn't even watching. I have your stream up, and I see it, but I wasn't looking at the stream when I was talking. If I look at the stream, I end up talking about something else. I get off track or what have you. But congratulations, I'm jealous. Where do I get the hammer? So, what about dual wield? You don't have any of the Hangor stuff? Oh. Let me check. I'm at the bank right now. Let me check the bank for a second and see if I have any. If I have any spare, I'll slide you some spares and you can test it for me. I'd like to know. Because the weapons are 10 damage anyhow. You're not going to get higher than that unless you get unique. I don't think I have them. I have one. Pike is two-handed. Nope, never mind. Don't have them. Well, I don't have any anyways. I thought I did, but I do not. They drop pretty regularly though, killing orcs. At least inside the actual compound. The ones from Hangor, the 10 damage? What damage? Yeah, what did... Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anyhow. Sorry, chat. There we go. I had to kill that so I didn't get distracted. What was I talking about, guys? I don't remember. I was doing a bunch of yapping. We were talking about techniques, right? That's where we left off, techniques. But yeah, anyways, there's a lot to learn about this game. This game isn't just what you see is what you get. You have to do your research. How does death work in the game? Do you lose your gear or money if you don't return to your corpse? I know you're supposed to lose experience. Now, I'm not positive. I want to say your corpse doesn't rot completely, but it might. They might have like a week timer on it. I think back in the day, like in the early stages, I believe they had a time limit on your corpse. However, with that said, I believe right now there's no permanent rot. So if you don't go pick up your corpse, you don't go pick up your corpse. Now, if you die again, you won't drop anything extra with that extra corpse, but you'll need the reses. You'll still lose the XP from the first death. So you lose 5% typically, somewhere between 5 and 6% per death. Then you have to build that back. That can take time. At the higher levels, it takes a lot of time. So there is a bit of a punishment for dying, and like they don't want you to. If you're not lazy, if you're on the ball, your deaths should be a minimum. If everybody in your group is on the ball, your deaths should be held at a minimum unless there's an outside source, like another group or another player who might die next to you while you're fighting, and all of a sudden the mobs that killed him turn on you, and you have a whole other mess to worry about. I was told you can only have one corpse. Nope. See these corpses here? There's at least 2 of them. You could have 30 corpses here. So if you die a second time before looting your corpse, then you lose anything on your previous corpse. You don't lose items when you die. I mean, if you die a second time, like let's say this was his first death and this was his second death. His first death is going to have all the items from his inventory. His second death is going to have nothing. It's going to be empty. But he still needs to get his whatever XP back he can. He still needs 2 reses. Now, before level 16, priests have a 0% res, so it's just a res. At 16, I believe the priests get their first percentage-based res, which is 25%. Then at level 24, I believe they get their 50% res. 50% res is the highest res in the game. So when you die going forward, if you happen to get your corpse to a town, you may want to ask if there's a 50% res. Don't just ask for a res, because then anybody's going to res you. But if you want to get your XP back, ask if there's any 50% res. And if there's no 50% res, maybe you get a 25% res. If you don't get a 25% res, then you could either risk a regular res or wait and check back later to see if there's a higher level priest on at that time, which is what some players do. A person like myself, I don't care. Dying is expected. I came into this game knowing that dying is expected. Dying is a penalty. It's my job to find people that also think that way. Like I logged in 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks? It might have been last week. I logged in last week or 2 days ago, or 2 weeks ago. I died 5 times one night and 4 times the next. Now, one of those was my fault. The rest weren't, but I still died all those times. I don't care. Dying is inevitable. This game is still in development. If you're going to get your panties in a twist over a death, stop playing this game. Dying and being penalized is inevitable. It's going to happen. It's in the game. Deal with it. Smarten up. Grow up. Be sensible. Whatever term you want to use there, throw it in. Your first corpse will have your... No, equipped items stay on you because they want you to get your corpse back. In original EQ, for those who don't know, you lost everything. When you died, everything was on your corpse. You respawned naked and you had to get help to get your corpse back. They don't do that today because everybody's soft. That's why. That's why they don't do it today. Imagine how many people would stop playing the game if all their stuff was left on their corpse. Most of you might stop playing the game if all your stuff ended up on your corpse. We don't live in those times anymore. Back then, we didn't know anything else but EQ. There was no WoW. There was no Final Fantasy XI. There was no DAOC. There was no Lineage. There was none of the OG MMOs back in the day. It was EverQuest or Ultima Online. And Ultima Online was not something you would compare to EverQuest. Oh, it's 1:45. Okay, stream. It is that time. I am going to head off to bed. I've been up most of the day. I need to sleep. To those of you that are still hanging out here, thank you for hanging out. I hope you guys enjoyed your time as always. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the likes, the subscribes, what have you, the attention. I appreciate it. Let's try and get the word out there, you know? Blow my stream up. Let's get it out there so more people start playing Pantheon. Anyhow, we should be live tomorrow. I'm not sure what the game plan is. I'm assuming it's going to be more grouping, more crawling. Maybe we'll get some exploring in. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll just cave and go over to the other side of the continent and try and put a group together. I have no idea. We'll have to play it by ear. Regardless, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.